Pravanchi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you. Do you know if you have Terrence Townsend? I
Terrence,
looked in the system and I'm not seeing him, but his bond was really high and we sent him to pretrial services.
all right, stand by.
Thanks so much.
You there?
Yes.
October 6th, he bonded out.
October 6th, he bonded. Thanks so much.
I do have Mr. Shoup here now, but the other one is en route. He should be here any minute.
Perfect. Thanks.
Mhm.
Mr. Shoup? You're Mr. Shoup, correct? Thumbs up if you are.
Hey, Heather, this is Clark. Close spell you. Clark.
Oh, okay.
Do you need Shoop?
Nope. I was just going to ask if he wanted to speak to an attorney, but I'll put down that this is Mr. Klarchuk.
And both defendants would like to speak to counsel.
Thank you very much. On the iPhone, if you can go into the meeting room that it's requesting, please. The person on the iPhone. Hello. Good morning, Mr. Bowditch.
Good morning, Heather. Sorry, it's a little bit late, huh?
Oh, that's fine. There will be one. He's in Wayne County. He's not on the screen yet, but he'll be needing to speak to you.
Is it a pretrial or an arraignment?
It's a pretrial.
Pretrial. All right, but he's in custody?
Correct.
Wow. All right. Al told me I had 19 waiting.
Al told you what?
Al told me I had 19 waiting for me.
Oh,
That was incorrect, I hope.
correct. But the one that'll be waiting for you is Mr. Shupe, SHUPE at 8:45.
Mr. Shoop.
Yep.
You got a first name?
Patrick. Do you have a copy of the docket or no?
No.
All right, I'll send one in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that Washtenaw County?
Yes,
And who do you have with you, please?
I'm going to have Jakeem Ware here in a few minutes.
Jakeem Ware. Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Morning, Washtenaw.
Morning.
Mr. Manuvian, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
I don't believe so. This is going to be a waiver.
Okay, thank you.
I heard that part of it. I just wasn't sure. We need to put a lock on that door.
Are you going to want to create hearings? Do you want them on record or can she write them up and send them in?
What does she want to do? What do you want to do?
She said that she just sends them in that way she doesn't have to be on record.
If she just sends them in the Maria, that's what
Yeah.
pre-hearings usually are. That's fine with me. My issue is the 5 days to pay. I know there's somebody who wants more than 5 days, but because this is a business model for you to continually be overweight and get reductions, 5 days is 5 days.
Would you want her just to send them in so that you can tell the attorney said, or?
No.
Just tell them 5 days is 5 days?
5 days is 5 days.
Okay.
She can relay that message. She's on, she's hearing me talk to you. I just didn't know who Mr. Manukian's with.
Yeah.
Oh, Jackson. Thank you. Good morning, Miss Oliver.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I am super. How have you been?
I've been great. Thank you.
Ms. Yafufi and Mr. Manugian, are we ready?
Good morning, Judge. Yes, I'm ready.
It's the 8:45 case, but I think they're ready.
Yes, Judge. If we could just hold off for about 10 seconds.
So you're not ready. See, he could have just said, stay muted. We would have been fine with that. Mr. Jackson
All right.
looks ready.
I will be ready in about 10 seconds.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Mr. Manugian. You're the first case of the day.
All good, all good.
Mr. Martin, good morning, sir. Are you with Mr. Ware?
Good morning, Judge. Yes, I have Mr. Ware, who I have not been able to establish contact with. And I also have a Miss Newsom, Amber Newsom. And I also have Mr. Jonathan Klarchek, who's in custody. And I'm on my way to court.
Okay, Mr. Klarchek's on the screen, as are Mr. Ware. How far from the court are you, sir?
You know, if you're willing to permit my appearance by Zoom, I can pull over and do it that way. Otherwise, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. I had to drop off my kids unexpectedly this morning.
It's not unexpected. That's the best way to start the day. Mr. Martin, I, of course, am happy to have you appear by Zoom for Mr. Klarchek and Mr. Ware. Once you get somewhere where you can talk, let Heather know and she'll get you moved into a breakout room with Mr. Ware and Mr. Klarchek, okay?
I'm parking right now. You can press go on that breakout room. Thank you so much,
Heather will
Judge.
take that. No worries, sir. This is 230706 FY, State of Michigan versus Robert Derek Jackson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Mahfouz on behalf of the people, PA2800.
Good morning, Your Honor. Max Manugian, P76341, appearing on behalf of Robert Jackson. Mr. Jackson, please state your name for the record. Robert Jackson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. There's a warrant sticker attached to the front of the file. The court will recall that warrant. Mr. Manugian, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Jackson understands his right to a preliminary examination. However, he voluntarily wishes to waive that right and have this case bound over to the circuit court.
Thank you. The warrant having been recalled. Mr. Jackson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Jackson, you understand that in this felony matter, you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And you've had a chance to review your case with Mr. Manugian?
Yes.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Manugian, is your desire to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes.
And you're doing this freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Sir, you understand that if you in fact waive this exam, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for the arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice.
Yes, ma'am.
The court will find that Mr. Jackson's waiver of his preliminary exam has been freely and voluntarily given. Mr. Manugian, inasmuch as you appear by Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize this court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to the waiver, Ms. Yafufi?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. The court having found that the waiver is in fact voluntary, having signed the waiver form on behalf of all parties, Mr. Jackson, you'll be bound over as previously charged. Your next court date will be an arraignment on the information that will be at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on November 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with all of its conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Jackson, you're free to log off. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, did you go in with Mr. Ware already? Or
I have
Mr.
not spoken to
Clarchek?
Mr. Ware, just Mr. Clarchek.
This is 2307556FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jonathan Clarchek. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafuf on behalf of the people, P82A00.
And good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jonathan Clarchek, who appears by Zoom from the Wayne County Jail. Mr. Clarchek, please state your full name for the court.
Jonathan Michael Clarchek.
Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
First, Your Honor, regarding discovery, I have received paper and some digital. However, I did bring to the prosecutor's attention a piece of digital discovery that is missing and was not included in the discovery packet. In fact, there's a video referenced in the police report that says it does not, this is a home invasion case, and a video taken by Mr. Clarchek that was viewed by police that they say in their report does not depict him attempting entry. This appears like a piece of exculpatory evidence that has not been provided to me. So I've asked the prosecutors to provide that, and I'd be happy to provide Your Honor with a proposed discovery order to sign.
Absolutely, Mr. Martin.
And in light of that, I'm not sure whether you would prefer to set another PCC or set this for exam.
How would you prefer to proceed, Mr. Martin?
Well, that may depend on what happens with Mr. Clarchek's bond, so perhaps we could address that next.
Mr. Clark, the bond is currently set at 5,000, 10%.
That's correct. And due to Mr. Clarchek and his family's lack of resources, a bond that many people would be able to post has been unachievable for them. I don't think this is the type of bond that was meant to hold him indefinitely in custody. In addition, there is a GPS tether order attached to this, and Mr. Clarchek is working on finding a stable place to stay and may go to a shelter in the meantime, but tether would be an obstacle for that. So respectfully, given the evidence that I just referenced that may end up exculpating Mr. Clarchek, given his indigence and inability to post a $500 bond, and given him looking for housing right now, I'm asking for a modification of the bond to remove the GPS tether requirement and reduce the bond perhaps by half to a $2,500 10% bond with no GPS tether. Respectfully, thank you.
Mr. Fufi?
There's no objection to the reduction as long as the defendant does not return to the address and has no contact with the complainants.
Do you have any objection to the removal of the GPS tether requirement?
I'd leave that to the court's discretion, Your Honor.
The court will amend the bond to a 5,000 personal. The court will remove the GPS tether requirement Mr. Klarchuk, we had extensive conversation when you were arraigned back on October 10th about what no contact means and what do not return to the mobile home community means. Those conditions of your bond will remain in effect.
I understand.
Mr. Martin, now adjourn PCC or exam date?
Thank you, Judge. We will take an adjourned PCC to address this discovery issue.
How long of an adjournment, sir?
I will submit a order for you to sign later today. I would defer to the prosecutors about how much time they might want to comply with that discovery order.
I'm in communication with the OIC actually right now. We're texting. He hasn't told me when exactly, but I will have a response from him for that outstanding video that you're requesting. So a week is fine for another PCC.
A week works for me.
He's on his way.
Okay.
1 week will put us on the 25th at 8:45.
Great.
That will be here in person in courtroom number 1, 8:45. Mr. Klarchuk, anything else in this case, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I'm sorry, before we go off the record, I just checked my calendar and unfortunately I can't be there in person next weekend. Perhaps we could just make this 2 weeks on November 1st. That would work well for me.
Can you Zoom?
I could Zoom.
Why are you pushing it back? I want it back so I can make it. Based on the schedule of Mr. Martin, next week's PCC will be Zoom.
Thank you
Anything
so much.
else, Mr. Martin?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Pravanchi with Mr. Klarchuk. Mr. Martin, there's someone here waiting for you. I've told Officer Brooks you're on your way. Do you still need to go in and speak to Mr. Ware?
I believe the person waiting for me was Mr. Klarchuk's brother. Just waiting as a spectator. I would still like to speak with Mr. Ware. Thank you.
Okay,
Moving them now.
thank you. Mr. Cripps, did you need to speak to Ms. Yafufi about Mr. Varana?
No, we spoke at length yesterday, Your Honor. We're all ready.
Okay. This is 230717 FT. This is State of Michigan versus Dakota Varana. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Judge David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dakota Varana, who's joined us by Zoom, and we thank the court for allowing us to Zoom in today.
Thank you. State your name for me, please, sir.
Dakota Joseph Varana.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Cripps, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, with the prosecution's permission, we wish to waive the preliminary examination.
No objection, Your
you.
Honor.
Mr. Varana, please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Varana, you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
And after having the opportunity to discuss your case with Mr. Cripps, is your desire to waive your right to have this examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if you waive your right to have this preliminary examination, next step in these proceedings, that you'll be bound over on all charges to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Varana, you haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive your right to have this examination.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Varana, the court will find that your waiver of your exam in this case has been freely and voluntarily given. Mr. Cripps, because you appear by Zoom and not in person, there is not a signed waiver. Do you authorize this court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Absolutely, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hear me?
And Ms. Yafufi has already indicated that the prosecution has no objection to the waiver. The court will execute the waiver form on behalf of all parties. Mr. Verena, as indicated, you'll be bound over as previously charged to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice for the arraignment on the information on November 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond, which was 5,000 personal, will be continued. Ms. Yafufi, is there anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Cripps, anything else on behalf of Mr. Verena?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't leave just yet. Mr. Verena, you have some other outstanding matters with this court. They are 23BL001578 AOT. This is from the city of Belleville. There is a bench warrant for you for failing to appear previously. This is a driving while license suspended from February 18, 2023. Mr. Cripps, did you know about this, or have you had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Moreno about this?
No, this is news to me, Your Honor.
He also has 23HR07566 A and B. These are Huron Township from July 16, 2023, a speeding 11 to 15 over, and another driving while license suspended. All three of these files are in warrant status. The court will recall the warrants in all three of these cases. Set your bond, Mr. Verena, at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money in any of these cases, but what you must do is appear as directed by this court. If you give us a moment, it'll take us a moment to get those hearing dates for Belleville and Huron Township. We have your address, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have your address on Inkster Road in Westland. Notice of the dates in the Huron Township and Belleville matters will be mailed to you at the address that you verify with court staff.
Mm-mm.
November 16th at 9:30.
Rima, while we're waiting, Mr. Riggins is in
The
your
meeting room.
meeting room. Thank you.
Thank you.
With, thank you. Mr. Verena, you will receive in the mail notice to appear on November 9th at 9:15 in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley for the Huron driving while license suspended and speeding case. And then it'll be November 16th at 9:30 in courtroom number 3 by Zoom with Judge Green for the Belleville driving while license suspended case. Notice will be mailed to you, but again, it's November 9th and November the 16th. If you fail to appear again, the cases could go back into warrant status, okay? You're muted, sir.
Oh, I was out of state, so I didn't take care of none of it. So I'm glad I get to take care of them too.
Judge, I copied down the dates for him. I'll remind him.
Thank you, Mr. Cripps. Mr. Verena, that concludes your matters with this court this morning. You're free to go, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Thank
thank you for resolving all these matters for him. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. I love
appreciate
you
it.
driving on the record, Mr. Cripps.
I'm pulled over, Judge. I can
Have a good
promise you
day,
that.
sir.
Okay.
All right, bye.
I saw the scenery moving. Mr. Martin,
Yes, I'm back, having spoken with Mr. Ware.
he hasn't popped back out yet from Washington.
There he is.
Thank you, Heather. This is 201281FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jakeem Ware. Your appearances, please.
I don't hear the prosecutor in the courtroom, so I'll go ahead.
No, we don't.
Neighborhood- Okay. Good morning, Judge Martin. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jakeem Ware, who appears by Zoom from the Washtenaw County Jail. Mr. Ware, state your full name.
Jakeem Ware.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. This case is in warrant status because of Mr. Ware's previous failures to appear. The court will recall the warrant. Note that he's in custody on some other unrelated matter. Set bond for this matter at $5,000 personal. Other than that, Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding this morning?
Well, first, Your Honor, I have no discovery at all. So, like the last case, I may submit an order for production of discovery for your signature, and perhaps we could set this for another PCC next week to see if the government can come up with any discovery. It is an old case, so that may be the reason.
PCC will be adjourned to October 25th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. back here on Zoom, back here in number 1. Mr. Martin, I've made notation in the file that you'll be submitting an order for discovery in this case. Was there anything else regarding Mr. Ware?
Thank you. The only other thing I would ask is, given that he is in custody, but on a personal bond to you and not accruing time credit, would you entertain a motion to increase his bond ever so slightly to maybe $500, 10%, so he can accrue time credit?
Is his stay at Washtenaw County? The 500 just is a weird.
It could be a $1,000, 10%.
Let's do that, Mr. Martin. 1,000, 10%. I understand your concern about the accruing of time. Anything else in the case, Mr. Martin?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I'll head
Mr.
down there
Ware,
in
that
person.
concludes the matter, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Ware. I'll talk to you next week.
All right, thank you.
You done?
Yeah.
Are we all set with Jakeem? Hello?
Mary
Yes,
Ann?
we're all set with Mr. Ware.
Are we ready with Mr. Shoup? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm ready on a Mr. Shanks. I haven't spoken to Mr. Shoup yet.
She was letting Washtenaw County know they could go. Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. Give me 1 second. This is 3S 4281990ST, State of Michigan versus Ronald Shanks. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Afuf on behalf of the people.
Mr. Bowditch.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm getting only parts of these conversations.
I'm sorry, I
for the-
thought you said you were ready with Mr. Shanks.
I don't know if it's my equipment or, but
I'm right here, Your
anyway, for
Honor.
the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Shanks.
State your name for me, sir.
Ronald Shanks.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding? Mr. Bowditch, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding, sir?
I think frozen.
Mr. Bowditch? Let's see if we can get somebody to go help Mr. Bowditch with his equipment. This is 230722 SM, State of Michigan versus Valeria Moore. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Afif on behalf of the people, PA 2800.
Oh, do I say something?
Mr. Batar?
Good morning, Judge.
Your appearance for Ms. Moore, sir.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Moore.
State your name, Ms. Moore.
Valeria Moore.
I guess you can.
Am I the only?
Today was the day and time set for the final pretrial. Ms. Yafufi, have you had contact or communication with the complainant?
I have not, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if that's the case, we'll move to dismiss.
Mr. Batar, we're just a little bit early. The case was just scheduled at 9. I saw that you were ready and your client was here.
Understood,
If
Judge.
you don't
I'll
mind
just,
us waiting for just a moment.
That's fine, Judge. I'll wait till about, if you want, we can wait till 9:05, 9:10, whatever's good for the court.
Let's say 9:10-ish.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Moore, if you remute yourself, I will call the case, recall the case shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is it just my equipment?
I don't know, because I don't know what you're hearing or not hearing.
Everybody's freezing on me. I was talking to a guy from West Virginia, and I assumed it was his equipment out in the hills.
You might want to log out and just try to log back in again and see if the connection gets any better.
Okay,
Okay?
I thought it was his equipment. I didn't
No,
know it was mine.
I just put Mr. Shank's file on the side, so if you, it's just an adjournment?
Yeah. Sometime after November 1st, he has some license.
This is a recall of State of Michigan versus Shanks. Mr. Yafufi, I'll note your appearance for the record. Mr. Bowditch is here. Mr. Shanks, you might not be able to see him, but he's standing physically here in the courtroom. Mr. Bowditch, you've indicated that for purposes of arraignment, sir.
For purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, we would waive the formal reading and stand.
Get closer to the microphone,
We
please.
would waive the formal reading, Your Honor, and stand mute.
Thank you. Mr. Shanks, were you able to hear Mr. Bowditch just now?
No, I wasn't.
He's waived your right to have a formal reading of the charges against you, sir, and has you stand mute to those charges. The court will set your bond at $5,000 personal. Sir, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the matter is
ma'am.
resolved in its entirety. The pretrial will be reset for, I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch, how much time did you say you needed?
Your Honor, we would need sometime after November 1st. He has another court date on that date.
So maybe November the 15th?
Is November 15th good for you, Mr. Shanks?
Is that on a Wednesday?
That's a Wednesday. There will always be Wednesdays on this court. of
Yeah,
the
no,
state cases.
any Wednesday will be perfect. Any Wednesday will be perfect because that's my payday. So yes, that'll be fine. Thank you.
November 15th, we'll get a time for you in just a second, sir.
Thank you.
At 9
Thank you, Your
a.m.
Honor.
That'll be by Zoom with Judge Green. Notice will be mailed to you at the address we have on record, okay?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Shanks. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going
Thank
to try
you.
to fix my equipment.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Riggins, I see you. I'm just waiting for your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Riggins, are you expecting her to appear since you said she was in the hospital?
Oh,
Thank you to your court. I got the email communication that she was in the hospital. It was my at least from the thread that I got, was that she was going to appear. But she is in Stonecrest. I am going, because of that, I am going to request an adjournment, but I was under the impression that she was going to appear.
That was the impression I received as well, Mr. Riggins, from the email that was forwarded. So if you want to wait, maybe case was scheduled at 9 o'clock. My policy is usually 15 minutes after the scheduled start time to see if she's able to log on. If not, I'll call the case so you can get on with your day.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just wait.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Segura. I kind of have a similar issue. I tried calling the courthouse and I even messaged the clerk. I just have not received a response. I have a client who is scheduled for an in-person PCC at 10:15 a.m. However, he informed me that he is in the hospital. I do believe.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, going forward on the court's website, there's a contact us button that's more quickly responded to. I don't know who you left a message for, but my secretary was out for a couple of days. So if you left a message, that might be part of the issue. Have you talked to Ms. Yafufi or communicated with Ms. Yafufi about Mr. Brown?
No, I'm honestly not aware as to who that is. Rima? Is it Rima?
Yeah, it's me.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I did not indicate to her that he was in the hospital.
Ms. Segura, that's fine. I'll call the case now. I just wanted to make sure there had not been some additional conversation. Mr. Bowditch, can you hear now? Are you able to hear me now, sir?
Your Honor, I can hear you. You're frozen again.
I need you to go in with Mr. Shoup so we can get him heard and out of Officer Pravachi's video area. This is 230221 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jonathan Brown. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Jonathan Brown, P86432. And Your Honor, Jonathan, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was going to say you started talking before the case was called, and if you would make your record for me, please.
Yes, of course. I did speak with Mr. Brown this morning. He indicated that he is at the hospital and unable to attend today. He can provide documentation to the court if it is so needed. I do believe he has sickle cell disease. So, I don't believe that this is something that he's making up. It was scheduled for 10:15 a.m. in person, but I'm just asking if this court would allow to waive his appearance. If not, I would just ask to adjourn.
I've already indicated in the file that his appearance has been waived based on his medical issue right now. That being the case, and today being the day and time set for the PCC, how did you intend to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. I was just looking to set this for an in-person preliminary examination.
Discovery is complete, ma'am?
Yes. The only other thing that I was looking for is if Rima had the police, the Romulus prison policy. I was going to email her about it. But as for the digital discovery and the paper discovery, I have all of that.
That live exam will be November 29th at 1:30.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I do apologize. I have 4 preliminary examinations scheduled that day. Is there any way that
December
we can
6th?
December 6th works, Your Honor.
December 6th at 11:30.
That works. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Segura?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
This is a recall of 230761FY, State of Michigan versus Jayla Wilkerson. Mr. Riggins and Ms. Yafufi, the court already has your appearances. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Jayla Wilkerson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Your Honor, my client is currently inpatient at the hospital. Ms. Yafuki just sent me the discovery. I have not had a chance to look at it or go over it with my client. Furthermore, I am not sure of Ms. Wilkerson's status in Stonecrest. If this is something that will require a competency evaluation or not, I will try to figure that out, but I am at this point requesting an adjournment of the PCC.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Mr. Riggins.
2 weeks should be fine.
Two weeks puts us on November 1st at 9 o'clock, at 9 a.m. That's in person with Chief Judge Brian Oakley in number 2.
All right. I don't know Ms. Wilkerson's status. If she is unable to attend, I can contact the court ahead of that time.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Ms. Wilkerson. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you.
This is a recall of 230722SM, State of Michigan versus Moore. I have your appearances already. This case was scheduled at 9 o'clock. It is now 9:10 by the court's clock. The court is looking for Aaliyah Wilkerson. There is no one by that name in this court's main session. There's no one by that name in the court's breakouts. Mr. Batar.
Your Honor, we're moving to dismiss the matter.
Ms. Yafufi.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Case is hereby dismissed. Thank you, Mr. Batar. Ms. Moore, you are free to go.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who? Thank you. No. Did you ask Dan Batar?
Sorry.
Did you ask Dan Batar? Heather,
Yes, Judge.
would you give Josh Hadley a call, please? I guess there's some people out here in the lobby waiting for him.
Sure. We don't have
Please
anybody on
and
the
thank you.
docket. Yep. Can is that Miss? Can the guys call me and tell me who it is so I can let Hadley know?
Absolutely. Ken's on his way back out to let you know.
Thanks.
Do I smell popcorn? This is 230746 SM, State of Michigan versus Patrick Shoup. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Shoup. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for Raymond in this matter. We waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. We are requesting an adjournment. I'd like to discuss also with the judge the bond.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Patrick Shoup.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Williams. Yeah.
Ms. Yafufi?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, is this your case or Ms. Mandernach's?
Uh,
Oh, it's
Your
your
Honor,
case,
I
it's
have-
the brother.
Your Honor, I've reviewed this case. This is a non-intimate partner domestic violence, so this would be handled by Ms. Yufufi.
Mr. Bowditch, you wanted to be heard on bond?
Believe Mr. Shoup has presently been incarcerated about 2.5 weeks on this matter alone. I don't believe he has the funds to make this. I'm wondering if the court would, considering the length of his incarceration, a personal bond in this matter, maybe with a tether, but something so he can get out of custody. He does have some place to go. He did reside with his brother, but he has some place to go if he could be allowed to be released.
Any comment, Ms. Yafufi?
Judge, I'm reviewing the notes that our victim's advocate has put in, and the complainant happens to be the brother in this case. And he does wish to proceed. If the defendant gets out on tether, I would just ask this court respectfully to reiterate his non-return to the address and no contact with the complainant.
So ma'am, you have no objection to it being a personal bond. Your issue is that it be, the tether remain in place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Shoup, the court just observed you pumping your fist. I'm not sure if what that was about, but the court has heard the argument made by Mr. Bowditch. Will amend your bond to 10,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. The other conditions of your bond will remain in effect, that being that you have no contact of any kind with Michael Shoup. And sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media. Should this court receive reports that you made efforts to be in contact or communication with the complainant, the victim in this case, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you can spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. The rest of the terms of your bond will be that you not be released without a GPS tether for location purposes, and you do not return to the place of the offense. Mr. Bowditch, you were looking for an adjourned pretrial date?
Correct, Your Honor.
How far out?
Your Honor, could we use the November 15th date?
November 15th at 9 a.m. as a pretrial or final pretrial, Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, I believe this, did Your Honor grant a personal bond? I'm still missing.
I did,
section.
sir.
Yeah, let's make this a pretrial, Your Honor.
Pretrial November 15, 2023 at 9 a.m. That's on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Pravachi. That concludes this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. And also, I just got word, there's an arraignment today on a Jessica Anaya, Anaya. Yeah, they just told me that Judge Martin arraignment at 10:30. Anaya, first name is Jessica. I can look, Your Honor.
No, I can look. Mary Ann's here too. There's nothing else ready. If you give us a second, we'll figure out what's going on. Anaya, first name Jessica. Oh, that was, I see yesterday, Wayne County requesting in custody video arraignment if defendants in custody with Wayne County. Pravachi, we haven't heard anything and we don't typically do arraignments on our felony days. I don't know who's scheduled for arraignments this morning. Al? Al?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff. You guys are wonderful.
You too. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's only 9:20. Well, we need to, we need to have this conference. This is not working.
are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Let's click that, guys. Let's split it off by mistake.
Oh, all set, okay. Did agreement, this doesn't have to go on the record unless you need one packet.
5 days?
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, I'll let, when the judge comes back, she'll put it on the record.
Yeah, I would just ask for 14. Say. Some of these clients I know 5 days is not an issue. But this one I don't. know, so I'm gonna just
Okay.
ask for 14.
Okay, I'll let her, she'll be right back.
Thank you.
Yep.
No different. In the old courthouse, we would just go to the counter and they give you time to pay.
Oh, yeah, I know. Is this the first time you've been here?
Second time in this building. I've had a number of other matters done by Zoom in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the second time. Big place.
And we don't have as many employees anymore either.
Yeah, I noticed while walking by the clerks area that there was all the faces hanging from the ceiling, which I thought meant that those were 50 desks. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I see it here. Coming up my works, what are you doing here?
I am so sorry. I just don't know this client well enough to say 5 days is enough time. So all I wanted was to ask if the court would allow 14 days.
Did Shafuki send it in?
Yeah.
14 days. It's fine.
Okay, all right.
I knew you were gonna ask for more time. I saw you on the docket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Have a
welcome,
good day.
sir.
Take
See you
care.
later.
So I just had the conference with Officer Brooks here. We're going back to Zoom on November 29th.
Okay. Does he feel the same way as you do?
Yes. Because the lobby is full and nothing is moving.
Yeah.
And I cannot operate like this. People cannot operate like this. It's not fair. People are waiting and the issue we had, I think, has resolved itself. We only have, wait. Formal hearing The only thing that's scheduled so far is already exams and a formal hearing for the 29th. So that's the only thing we need, well, you need, there's nothing else, there's nothing for you to fix is where I'm going. And then I'm looking at December 6th. Yeah, this is not. And Mr. Martin pulled up just as, well, came upstairs just as I was going to round up folks. The blinds, the sun is on the camera. Good morning, sir.
I have Andrew Newsom here for PCC.
This is 230747 FT. This is State of Michigan versus Amber Newsom. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, B 84592. Appearing on behalf of Miss Amber Newsom, who stands to my left, my right. State your name.
Amber Newsom.
Thank you.
In your honor, we have to receive both paper and digital discovery in this case. We're just looking for an exam date.
Mr. Martin, I'm happy to give you an exam date. Before I do, though, I want to disclose to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband has no day-to-day involvement in the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Ms. Newsom's case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled today. Knowing that, Mr. Martin, are we still prepared to have an exam date scheduled?
I am, Ms. Newsom. Do you have a problem with that?
That live exam date will be November 29th at 1:30 p.m. That's back here in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
That will work just fine. Thanks, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Newsom, I will see you back here on Wednesday, November 29th at 1:30 p.m. Have a good day. Two 230716 FY, State of Michigan versus Terrence Townsend. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mayer, next to the people, P 84088.
Judge Martin, good morning. My name is number 4612, and I'm a staff attorney in the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit. We represent Mr. Townsend. Would you say good morning and say your name, sir? Good morning, Terrence Townsend.
Good morning, Mr. Townsend. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Woodyard, how are you proceeding?
Your Honor, I have spoken with the prosecutor. We'd like to set it for an exam date, but we'll need, I think, a little bit of time. There's still some discovery that's being generated.
Sir, the court is happy to schedule an exam date. The issue is when discovery is not complete, lack of discovery will not be a basis for an adjournment of the exam date.
Understood.
Okay, that live exam date will be
I have on November 29th or December 6th.
do you have a preference, sir?
I do not. Either of those dates are fine. The 29th is not, that's not, thanks.
It's not, no, sir.
Either day, doesn't matter.
November 29th is too.
November 29th at 2 p.m. in person here in courtroom number 1. Mr. Woodyard, before we lock that date in, I want to disclose to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the law enforcement agency involved in the investigation of this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that it's scheduled. That being the case, sir, are you still prepared to proceed with an exam in this courtroom on November 29th, or do you need a moment to speak to Mr. Townsend?
Judge, I have spoken to Mr. Townsend about this possibility. I believe after that discussion, we have no objection.
That being the case, we will see everyone back here on November 29th at 2 p.m. in person in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Briefly, Your Honor, the outstanding discovery in question is 2 kids talks for the 2 of the victims in this case were minor children. I would request that the court enter a protective order so that I can share those kids' talks upon receipt.
Any response?
I would ask the court to do the same.
Protective order to be signed once it's presented by the prosecution. Other than that, anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Our thanks.
That concludes this matter. I'll see you back here on November 29th. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
This is 230758 FY, State of Michigan versus Deshaun Morris. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Remax Group on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Judge Blaise Kearney from the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P83960, on behalf of Ms. Morris, who is appearing in person today.
State your name for me.
Deshaun Morris.
Ms. Morris, thank you. Today, again, is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Kearney, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Judge. I've had an opportunity to discuss our desire for a preliminary exam with Ms. Morris. We are electing to have our preliminary examination. There is a discovery issue I would like to raise, and that's it.
The discovery issue, sir?
Yes, Judge. Two discovery issues. One, thus far, paper discovery has been what has been tendered. However, I believe digital discovery is outstanding. There is this incident occurred in the parking lot of a factory. The paper discovery indicates that there are surveillance cameras that cover that factory. My understanding is that the Van Buren Township Police do have that, so I would request that that be disclosed by Ms. Yathuthi.
Judge, I'm sorry. I believe this is Ms. Mandernach's case.
It is. Give us one moment. Let's grab the prosecutor for. Mr. Bowditch, no, ma'am, you don't have to leave. We just need the prosecutor. Mr. Bowditch, who do you have with you, sir?
I have Mr. McDaniel, Your Honor. 8 o'clock show cause. You're the officer has to take
them. 3S4250445A ST. State of Michigan versus McDaniel is with Ms. Yathuthi. Mr. Bowditch, I thought we were going to be able to do it real quick, but no, Ms. Mandernach is here for Ms. Morris's case. Do you have some other people you can, let's get through this 8 o'clock queue. Do you have something else ready too, Mr. Bowditch, or is it just the one case?
This is the only one I have ready.
Okay, let me finish with Ms. Morris's case and I'll be right back to you. Your appearance in the Morris matter, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernach for the people, P84088.
Mr. Kearney is on. There was some digital discovery outstanding. He's indicated there's some video from the location where the incident occurred.
Yes, Your Honor. I just checked the register of actions. I was unable to find which specific NDS attorney was assigned to this case. Now I know. So I will get the paper and digital discovery sent over to Mr. Kearney.
The second request I have, Judge, is that the prosecution has done what the Court of Appeals repeatedly says, please do not, you cannot do this. Stop doing this, which is unilaterally redacting witness contact information from their discovery. That is People v. Jack and People v. Antaramian. I'm asking that the court order the prosecution to either provide unredacted discovery or file a protective order stating, or motion for a protective order stating their good cause by week's end. It matters in this case, it matters in all cases, but it matters especially in this case because the incident here obviously is of a domestic nature, and there's a couple of civilian witnesses who are just employees of the factory. And so it's important that we go interview those witnesses prior to the preliminary examination in case we want to call them and present their testimony at the preliminary examination. So I don't see any reason why uninvolved civilian witnesses who are just employees of a factory there could possibly be any reason for good cause. Ms. Morris was a CPL holder. Her CPL has been administratively suspended. She was informed of that by the Van Buren Township Police Department. I reiterated that to her this morning. She said she does not intend to ever have any kind of firearm. She has not evinced the motive to do anything toward either of these people. And so I think that when you balance our Sixth Amendment right to duty, actually, to investigate this case against that and the lack of any legal justification for such redactions, I would ask the court enter that order.
Your Honor, I have no objection to providing a unredacted discovery if the court enters a protective order. I would just inform.
I object to a protective order.
I thought that he just made a motion for a protective order.
No, I said you should file a motion for protective order, like People v. Antaremian says you have to before redacting discovery, if you think there's good cause, articulating what that good cause is.
Your Honor, I would ask for a moment to consult with the supervising attorney regarding, because I know that there have been some changes in our office's policy regarding redacting witnesses. I'm not sure about the, I believe defense is right that he is entitled to unredacted information regarding the complaining witness who the defendant was in a domestic relationship with. He gets that unredacted information, but I'm not sure about the other witnesses. I'm not sure about the extent of the redaction. So I would ask, it's going to take me a couple days to get it to him. I can submit a protective order, but this is something that I'm going to need to review, possibly submit a protective order, and then have the discovery unredacted or re-redacted appropriately.
So do you need a moment right now to speak to the supervisor? Is that not something you can do?
If I can get a hold of them, Your Honor.
I don't object to them taking some time. I think that what I'm requesting is that either they give me all the unredacted discovery by Friday, or they file a motion for a protective order. That one of those two things happen.
Sorry, Aaron, I'm just checking my.
And while you do that, I'll turn to look at Heather.
She has nothing. She wants to know if they can both, if her and Davis really can come in earlier than the 2 o'clock and discuss the PCC that she thought that it was assigned.
Have you relayed that to Ms. Yafufi?
No, but I can. I just.
Would you relay that to Ms. Yafufi?
Is it okay if she can pick me around?
Absolutely, since we're just a beehive of activity here. Okay, Mr. Kearney, I don't.
Your Honor, I should be able to get a hold of someone by Friday.
So, Mr. Kearney, is my understanding that the information that you seek will be provided to you either completely unredacted or with the appropriate protective order from Ms. Mandernach's office?
I'm requesting they file a motion for a protective order. The court has to make a determination that there's good cause and there's, that has a meaning of legal significance as it relates to protective orders in criminal cases. And so if they make a motion for protective order saying why in the universe they think there is a specific threat of harm to factory workers and why we can't know their contact information without restriction, then I will oppose such a protective order and then the court can make a determination. Well, that's my best.
Your Honor, I can file such a motion by Friday if needed, or provide unredacted discovery to defense counsel, and I will CC the court and the clerk and defense counsel in this email.
The problem is, if it's not the unredacted discovery to Mr. Kearney by this Friday, and it is in fact a motion, when is the motion heard? Is it next Wednesday back with me? Is it 2 weeks after that with Judge Oakley, 4 weeks after that with Judge Green? How are we moving this case along?
I would leave that to the discretion of the court.
Similarly, I can file an opposition and hear it on next Wednesday. I might not be able to personally appear for that because I'll be in trial, but I'll arrange that somebody here and I'll just submit on the papers.
So either unredacted discovery or a motion to this court by this Friday, the 20th. So we will adjourn this matter, Ms. Morris, over a week to next Wednesday at 9 o'clock. The 25th at 9 a.m. If Mr. Kearney gets the discovery that he's seeking, there won't be a motion from Ms. Mandernach's office. There won't be a response from Mr. Kearney. And next week's PCC/motion will be more to schedule this exam, maybe, Mr. Kearney? That's a question more than a statement, I guess.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, Judge. Whoever comes will have
Okay.
access.
Whoever comes. Reasonable, Ms. Mandernach? Kind of, sort of, not really.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Morris, I'm sure Mr. Kearney will have conversation with you. Anything else in this matter this morning on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Kearney?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, I'll see you next week, maybe. Have a good day. So I put it on the side so I can make longer notes because I know it's gonna need a longer note. And our 2 o'clock is a maybe now. They might be coming in earlier. There's some issue that will be addressed. This is three S 4250495, State of Michigan versus McDaniel. I already have your appearances in the file. Mr. McDaniel, come forth, state your name for the record.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. For purposes of arraignment, Mr. Bowditch, what say you, sir?
Your Honor, we wait for the reading, stand mute. We'd also like to request an adjournment in this matter. Your Honor, November 15th would be a good date if it's still available.
In the interim, Mr. McDaniel, your bond in this case is set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Your return date, your pretrial date will be November the 15th, 2023 at 9:15 a.m. That will be in number 3 by Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. McDaniel, looks like you already have a payment plan in place for your other matters.
Yes, ma'am.
You're free to go, sir. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Thanks, sir. See you. You go home? Yeah. See you.
Mr. Williams, I think we're just waiting for Mr. Washington. As soon as we see
Okay.
him, we'll get you connected with him.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't know. Heather's working on that. That's the story in the street.
Are we talking about the time they'll be here?
That's Officer Brooks just asked me, and since I'm just along for, good morning. Thank you, I was gonna say. Give me, yeah, you can, but give me 1 second. Was there a time that they discussed?
There was not.
Who are you?
I'm good.
What are you here for?
I'm here for the PCC. My client's not here.
Who's your client?
Kim.
Have you talked to the prosecutor?
I don't know, was she-
You know what's me.
I will talk.
Yeah, Miss Fufi's right in the room across the hall. Talk to her and good to see you. Oh, his hands were cold. Wow. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I only put a partial note in that file, but you know what it means. And I need to be able to remind myself. Just a man I want to see. Do you have a minute?
I do.
Yeah, because he's in jail. Yeah, it's adjourned to October
Judge, Oh, where's the judge?
Yes, ma'am.
The attorney for Ms. Davis just called back and states that her client wants to proceed forward, so we will be going forward with the exam at 2 p.m. Did you hear that, Rima? I'll go out in the hallway and check let Rima know.
Sorry, Heather, I just heard my name. What did you say?
Miss Davis Seeley's attorney just called back and said that her client wants to proceed forward with the hearing, with the preliminary exam at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Wait, did you say her? I thought it was Mr. Davenport.
It's a lady that keeps calling and she keeps saying she's the attorney. You know, she called and said, I'm Attorney Davenport and I will be there on the hearing. It says Kurt Lamar.
That's what I thought, which makes me concerned.
I'll call the office back and verify.
It's courtroom number 1 is ready, so we'll see what happens at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Other than that,
Well, I pull out the subdivision this morning and there's a car stop right off the street. I couldn't see the officer. No, I didn't. November 1st, November 18th. November 8th. They're siding all the time. Supposed to be a quiet little community. I had no idea what our lawn was stuff. I don't know. Everybody, nobody can say why. Really cool. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Yeah, he stole this Ian's car. He's why we got the warrant for it. They're gonna snatch up official report. And he's got warrants at a watch. What's he want? Probably have a car.
good morning, Mr. Washington.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you doing?
I am super. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good.
Do you need to speak to Mr. Williams or to Ms. Yafufi?
Yes, if I can speak to the prosecutor first, and then I can speak with Mr. Williams.
Absolutely. Heather will get you connected with Ms. Yafufi.
Okay, thank you. And I'll speak to you in a few minutes, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
So that's just an internal motion for Friday on that Morris case.
Internal what?
Patricia.
Only thing you need to put on the ROA is PCC adjourned over a week. The rest of it,
That's for you.
I was gonna say, if you put it in there, it's gonna raise more issues. Because whether she files it or not, they'll come back next Wednesday. They're closing Rite Aid. More than a dozen stores in Michigan.
What stores?
Rite Aid, I don't see the list. I saw they filed bankruptcy. Now I'm super curious. Mr. Williams says he's not curious, though.
I am curious. I was waiting on you to finish.
Because we're waiting for something to start, Mr. Williams, I just try to be entertaining. I don't know if it works all the time, but it's court and a show.
So you was making that up.
I was making what up?
Is Rite Aid go close in 12 other stores in Michigan?
I'm serious. No, that I don't make up. I share the news with people because there's no cases ready.
Oh,
And I'm looking
I'm trying to
at
figure out how Rite
was
Aid
filed
going
for
bankrupt.
bankruptcy. I would not make that up, sir. I'm good, but I'm not
figure out
that
how
good.
Rite Aid going bankrupt.
I don't know because there's always a line at the drive-through and their sales are wonderful.
Right. Who taking over?
CVS, Walgreens, Meyer. Who else has a lot of
Must be buying them out.
where else? Well, he says, who else, who's taking them over?
Must be buying them out, working together or something.
I don't know, because the CVS, I'm trying to think, it was Save More that became a CVS here in Romulus. There was another Save More that became a CVS in Belleville that CVS closed a couple of months ago. People are still getting their drugs, but they're getting them through the mail too. So some of the more
True.
regular maintenance drugs, people are getting through the mail. I don't know. Heather,
Yes, Judge.
so today's news is that courtroom number 1 is going back virtual.
Oh, you are?
Our docket is moving at the speed of paint drying, and I see people out in the hallway, and I hate for people to sit here waiting for us when they
Do you
could be
think it
at
moves
home.
faster if we're on Zoom? Or you just don't have to see them waiting?
I think that there are barriers. Don't laugh at her, Mr. Williams. I think that there are barriers to people getting here, physically getting here and connecting with their attorneys and all that other stuff.
I think a lot of it's the attorneys, though. A lot of people are waiting on the attorneys. Rima, Mr. Washington's waiting for you in your meeting room. But I think a
there's
lot of it
somebody
because
in
the
there with her,
attorneys
because
are.
I see people standing outside her door.
Oh, okay.
It's not that I care about seeing people. I care what it means. As somebody who used to sit waiting for judges in courts to start for hours, and I'm sitting there crocheting whole hats and scarves, waiting for a case to be called. I don't like inflicting that on other people.
But it's not you. They're not waiting on you. They're waiting on usually their attorneys. Who now, because of the pandemic, like to handle 5 courts at once because it's all on Zoom.
Listen, courtroom number 1 going live has had its intended effect. And I think that we're all on the same page as to how cases will be moving.
Yeah. All right,
but I just wanted to let you know. So if you hear any date for us after November 29th, that's live, that should only be the exams.
Okay, so it's after, after November 29th is your last split.
No, next week. Next week. I've tried it. This is not working.
I'm thinking it's a weekly thing. Okay, yes. So your next November 29th.
What did your chief judge say? Your chief judge said, run the experiment. We've run the experiment.
All righty. So November 29th, they will be live in person for you. I mean, I'm sorry, Zoom. They'll be Zoom for you.
220832 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Kenneth McLaughlin. Good morning, sir. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. Good morning, Your Honor. Kenneth Richard McLaughlin.
Thank you. Today was the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. The court has received from the parties a signed agreement that Mr. McLaughlin will be pleading guilty to the added count 2 OWI second, and that the original count 1 OWI third will be dismissed. probation to be set with this court defendant seeking sobriety court. Mr. Hadar, has your client interviewed with this court sobriety court?
Not yet. This was, the offer was just made this morning.
Do you want to have him screened by sobriety court before a plea is entered?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss the case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your intention this morning to plead guilty to added count 2, operating while intoxicated, impaired, under the influence of controlled substance, second offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Freely, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty to added count 2.
No, Your Honor.
You're doing so because you were in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on December 3rd, 2021 in Huron Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were under the influence of an intoxicant?
Yes, Your Honor. The blood test was greater than 0.0.
I was flipping to see if I could find that number. And sir, is your understanding and agreement that your blood alcohol content at the date and time of this incident was 0.220?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Yafufi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Yafufi. Mr. Hadar, would you like to inquire any further of your client?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the OWI second. The court will refer the matter first to this court's probation department, Shannon Rapp, for screening for sobriety court. She'll reach out to your client with the information contained in the file, the phone number and email previously verified. No email. Do you have email, sir?
I just verified it.
You verified it with staff? Okay. I'll refer the matter to Ms. Rapp for screening for sobriety court. And if for some reason he is not a candidate for this sobriety court, is it your intention to try another court? Or would you rather him go to this court's regular probation for PSI?
Regular.
Okay. That being the case, sir, the court has accepted your plea to the OWI second, dismisses the OWI third. You'll be in contact. Someone from our probation office will contact you and we'll figure out from that contact whether it will be sobriety court or a regular PSI. In any case, if it's a regular PSI, it'll come back to me for sentencing. If it's sobriety court, it's Judge Green that will impose the sentence and the conditions for the sobriety court that she operates. Anything else this morning on behalf of your client, sir?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a good day, sir. You're free to go. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Campbell is in the hospital, so these two are in here and just ask for adjournment.
There's a lot of that this morning. I'm not sure what's going on. 230721 SM, State of Michigan versus Stephen Campbell. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowdish, 45367, appearing on behalf of, but not with, Mr. Campbell, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Campbell is in the hospital as we speak, under some form of psychiatric care. I also believe if our discussions remain the same, that this matter is going to be considered by the prosecutor to be elevated to a felony level. So I guess we're requesting a date in the future, but I believe that's what's going to happen.
When you say you believe, what is the basis of your belief, sir?
Well, Your Honor, the psychiatric evaluation that's being done was associated with what the prosecutor believes is a bond violation.
Your Honor.
No, sir, my question to you was what gave you the impression that that's where Mr. Campbell is?
From the prosecutor.
Okay,
Your Honor, if I may elaborate on, I forwarded the court and defense counsel some information about a bond violation in this case. Defendant allegedly violated his bond on 10/16 by coming to complaining witness's residence and leaving a note on her door. We have this on Ring doorbell. We have the note. It's my understanding from my conversations with the officer in charge that defendant then attempted suicide and is currently hospitalized.
we will adjourn the arraignment and pretrial in this matter to Ms. Mandernack. Should this be on a Tuesday docket?
Technically for now, yes, Your Honor. So if we could put it over to next Tuesday, I may be filing an emergency bond.
It's not that, it's November the 14th,
November the 14th at 8:40.
8:40, and that's with Judge Green and number 3 by Zoom. We're adjourning it in its entirety, the arraignment and pretrial to November 14th at 8:40 a.m. Judge Green and number 3 with Zoom.
I'm sorry,
Anything
Tuesday,
else for
November
me?
14th is you, Judge Martin.
That's Mary Ann. It's me. Thank you, Heather. So back with me in courtroom number 1 on November 14th. And if you want to send over that violation information, we'll take it up as Mr. Campbell's available. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing wrong.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, ma'am. Why is Mr. Washington by himself?
Because Rima hasn't gone in there yet.
Jeff just wandered across. Ms. Mandernack, would you, if somebody's in there with Ms. Shafufi, will you let her know that Mr. Washington's waiting? Thank you, ma'am. Has it been 3 years since you've been here?
I think I came when the pandemic, that was the last time I was here. It was still over there.
I've been here. I've been here since 21. That's why you say you haven't seen me. I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, the last time I was here was in the other building.
Oh, geez. Yeah, it has been that long. You were scheduled at 9:30. Did you talk to Ms. Shafufi?
Yes.
I think she just went in with Mr. Washington. Do you have to get somewhere else or do you have a minute?
No, she said that you would probably just take this.
Oh, that's okay with, not okay with you, but 230113 FY, State of Michigan versus Tanya Kennan. Your appearance, please, sir.
Greetings, Your Honor. Henry Greenwood on behalf of P56556.
Mr. Greenwood, your client's PCC was scheduled at 8:30 this morning. It's now 10:19 by this court's clock. Do you have any explanation for your client's failure to appear?
No, I don't.
Just want to take a moment, double checking the court's breakout rooms. There are no unidentified persons, no one by that last name. You've inquired in the hallway and your client's not present, sir?
That's correct.
Based on her failure to appear, the court will enter a bench warrant in this matter, 5,010%. Sir, if you have contact or communication with her within the next day or so, please reach out to the court so we may get the warrant recalled and get this matter rescheduled.
I sure will. Thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, no.
Have a good day.
You remember me.
Good to see you. Man. I don't even realize who we don't see until we see them. And then I look back like, how long has it been? Who is? Good morning, Corporal.
Hello, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I am wonderful, thank you.
I'm sorry, I thought this was Zoom, not in person.
Do you need to be on Zoom?
Well, I'm on Zoom, yes. I have
I
class.
said, do you
at-
need to be on Zoom versus in person?
Excuse me?
My question was, do you need to be on Zoom versus in person?
Well, yes, I need to be on Zoom today, yes.
Thank you.
Wilson.
Wilson. Did you do me?
Your Honor, I gave you an updated version.
Yes, sir. Two, 30699 SM, State of Michigan versus Reginald Wilson. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeff Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Wilson. Your Honor, I believe today's date has a pre-trial in this matter. I have discussed this matter with the prosecution. I have discussed it with Mr. Wilson. At this time, the prosecution wishes no objections.
Take your hands out of your pocket. State your name for me, please.
Reginald Wilson Jr.
Thank you, sir. The court having received the notice of dismissal, this case is hereby dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, that concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. You too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Washington, did you want a breakout room with your client, Mr. Williams?
Yes,
All righty.
thank you.
Ken, the 10:30 formal is here. Last name is Guice. Corporal Taylor is on. I don't know if that person is checked in just yet. Thank you.
You know what Belleville said?
Thank you. No, he'll still need to talk to, she will still need to talk to the prosecutor, and I'm just talking to myself now. I'm stepping off for just a second, but I'll be right back. If Mr. Washington and Mr. Williams. 23BL00813 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Ali Ali.
Ready, Your Honor. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of Mr. Ali. Your Honor, today's date and time set for pre-trial in this matter. I met with Mr. Ali at the prosecution to an executed plea agreement subject to court approval. Sir, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Ali Ali.
Good to see you again, sir.
In that agreement, Your Honor, Mr. Ali would be pleading guilty to one count of double parking with an agreed upon fine of $400, with the understanding that the two charges of animal cruelty, which in essence, Your Honor, were neglect. Mr. Ali was out of town, he had a friend watching his animals, they failed. His animals are in fine shape and well loved, so that should be a concern of the courts. It was not actually physical cruelty, just being alone too long.
Understood.
Subject to court approval, that's the plea.
Thank you. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I understand.
And it's your understanding agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to an added count of double parking and that all other matters will be dismissed.
I do.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
Everything's good.
You're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
I am.
Sir, is it true that on August the 27th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you were double parked contrary to the law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking will assess costs of $400. Are you able to pay that within the next 5 days?
Yes.
5 days to pay. The other matters will be dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Good to see you, Dr. Ali. Have a good day.
See you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care.
Mr. Washington, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready, and Mr. Williams is going to waive the exam.
This is 230297 FT, State of Michigan versus Williams. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Afuf on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P31383, on behalf of Mr. Jonas Williams. And if you could state your name, Mr. Williams.
Jonas Williams.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. In this case, Mr. Williams, Mr. Washington has just indicated that you'll be waiving your right to have a preliminary examination. Would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Washington and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecutor will have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Washington, sir, is your desire this morning to waive your right to have that exam?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Williams, are you voluntarily waiving your right to have that exam?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No, ma'am.
Is there any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, the court will find that your waiver of this examination has been freely and voluntarily given. Mr. Washington, because you appear on Zoom and not in person, there is not a signed waiver form. Do you authorize the court to sign that waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, that being the case, the court will execute the waiver form on behalf of both yourself, Mr. Washington, and the prosecutor, Ms. Jafufi, who's indicated that she has no objection to the waiver. Your next appearance date will be October the 25th, 2023 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. You will be being bound over on all charges. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people, Ms. Jafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
What other charges is it?
What do you mean, what other charges, sir?
I was just told it was fleeing and looting.
No, sir, I said your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue.
Oh,
This is a
okay.
one count case. You're being bound over on that sole count of fleeing fourth degree from a police officer from from May 11, 2023.
Okay.
Are we good, Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Washington?
We have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you and have a good.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Williams, thank you for your extreme patience this morning, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
What do you have?
We have PCC for Christian Harris.
Two three zero seven five. My hand is out like I'm expecting a plea form from you. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. 230752 FY State of Michigan versus Christian Harris. Your appearance, sir.
Good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592. I enter my appearance in this case as I've not yet been appointed, and I appear on behalf of Mr. Christian Harris, who stands to my right. State your full name.
Good morning, Ms. Martin. My name is Christian Harris.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
First, Your Honor, I will note in the file that Mr. Harris's name may be spelt wrong as Christian Harris, so I just want to make sure that's not going to cause. This was a refiled case. I previously represented Mr. Harris on a case that was dismissed without prejudice and then refiled the very same day. The reason for the original dismissal was that I was never provided more than the bare minimum discovery. And I still have not been provided the bare minimum discovery. So I'm going to be sending in an appearance form as well as an order for production of discovery. And I'm respectfully requesting a PCC in 1 week and a discovery deadline the day before then, which would be October 24th. As this is a case previously dismissed for lack of discovery.
Hold on for 1 second because Ms. Yafufi is not responding and I don't want there to be this deadline for discovery when she's not actively participating. She might be in with someone. Give us 1 second, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. And I did discuss this with her.
I'm sure you did.
I do, of course, want to on the record too.
I'm sorry, Judge, I was speaking to a corporal. Do you need me?
I didn't want to interrupt any conversation you were having, Ms. Yafufi, but Mr. Martin is in here with Mr. Harris. And he's indicating that there's been a request for discovery that this case had previously been dismissed without prejudice and was refiled the same day as the dismissal, that the issue was that insufficient or inadequate discovery had previously been provided. I'll let Mr. Martin make his own record, though.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
As we discussed. And I was specifically asking Judge Martin if she would sign an order that I will submit today, compelling full discovery by the day before a PCC that would be set out 1 week. So I'm asking for a deadline, discovery deadline of October 24th and a PCC of October 25th.
Any objection, Ms. Yafufi?
No objection. I'm gonna be sending Mr. Kerry Martin the discovery that we have. And I've also indicated to him that the digital is available on a USB drive, and I've given him the information of the officer in charge and the chief of police of Belleville, who will be tendering that discovery over to him.
So I may specify in an order that I would ask you to sign, Your Honor, that in addition to what Ms. Yafufi has, that Belleville Police also provide me with what they have by that October 24th deadline. And if you sign such an order, I would provide that to Belleville Police.
Mr. Martin, if you submit that order, as relates to any information held by Ms. Yafufi or her office and acting chief fall in her office, I will sign it.
Thank you.
Other than that, we'll adjourn this PCC over to October the 25th, 2023 at 9:45 back here in number 1. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Martin?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, you're free to go. I'll see you next Wednesday morning. He is here. Has he spoken to the prosecutor? Good to see you, sir.
Mr. McCandless, if you can go back into the prosecutor's meeting room. Thank you.
She's in there with him, or he's in her waiting room. The corporal on the case is in the waiting room because he.
There's another. He says it's his boss.
No, I didn't want, because the officer thought it was on Zoom. The Corporal Taylor thought it was on Zoom, and I didn't want him held longer than we had to hold him. But if she's talking to somebody about this case, it doesn't matter to me. Thank you.
You didn't have to hear it. He's a jerk.
Which one?
The sergeant that's here that's going to handle the other guy's case. Well, how can you handle a case with that?
In case you have no first-hand knowledge. Yeah.
He's an idiot. He said, "Can I help you with something?" No, you can't help me with anything. I'm here to ask prosecutor a question from the judge.
Here we go.
This Wayne County sergeant is an idiot. I don't care if he hears me. I already told him he was.
This is beautiful Wednesday morning. Come on. So last night, for the first time ever, we planted daffodils, which I've wanted for years. So we'll see what happens next spring.
First house every year.
Really?
Beautiful.
I see them on the side of 94 for years. I've always wanted some, and we've never done it. And this year, yesterday night after work, we put them in. So we'll see. Because yeah, we had nothing
This
else.
is the lady.
when they're ready. Thank you. Mr. Powers, have you spoken to Ms. Shafufi yet?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Do you have a resolution?
Yes, we do.
She'll write it on the file and send it in unless you just want to spend more time in courtroom number 1 this morning. You're free to go, sir.
Okay, how much time do we have to pay on these, Your Honor?
How much time does your client need, considering that I see you every time I have a criminal docket?
I don't, yes, indeed, but frequent flyer, as they say. Is 2 weeks okay?
14 days is fine.
14 days.
Anything
Thank
else,
you.
Mr. Powers?
No, Your Honor, thank you. Have a great day.
Have a good day, sir.
Bye-bye.
Ma'am, would you pronounce your last name for me, please? Geis, okay.
Corporal Taylor, did you need to speak with Ms. Shafufi again, or were you good?
Now,
I'm sorry?
can you?
No. Do you need to speak to Ms. Shafufi?
Hello?
Zoom. It's a wonderful concept.
Well, it still shows him as joining, which.
Well, he's in because I think he's joining on different.
Oh, your face.
Corporal Taylor, can you hear me now?
Hello, can you hear me?
You do not have good service, if you can hear me.
Waiting. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't think they can fix the.
Mr. McCandless, did you reach an agreement with Ms. Yafufi, the prosecutor?
Yes, your judge, we stipulate to a fine of 980.
If you've reached an agreement with her, she'll send it in writing. You don't need to hang around unless you just want to.
No, I don't need to. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day. Thank you.
Have a
very
good day,
much.
sir.
Thank you.
Because he was the 10:30. And it's 10:48. We're ready to roll into our 11 o'clock exam.
Let's try again. Corporal Taylor? Did you need to speak to Ms. Yafufi still?
Yeah, still going in.
You might need to take him into a breakout room. Officer Brooks told me that there's someone else here from the sheriff's department who will be appearing in that case.
Oh, okay. I'll take him in a breakout room and see if I can get through to him.
Thank you. Please tell me that Ms. Tiapo is here for the 11 o'clock exam. Listen, sir.
Even the Wayne County Sergeant got patted down. Because we had it out again and all.
What? You have one job, not to
You know what, I'm
fight
gonna
with
put up
people.
that again.
I know you're not. But that's not your demeanor. You're usually
No, it's
very,
not.
I know.
I am, I'm very calm. But you're not gonna look up and down at me and say, can I help you with something?
I count on you to be like this.
I am like that.
And I see you move from the corner of the TV over to the corner of the table. And that's about as rambunctious as you get.
90%, 99% of the time I'm like that. But I'm not gonna put up with that.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it is so extremely out of character. It catches me off guard. I thought you were just exaggerating the first time you
Oh,
came
no.
in here.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to hear a story about it later from Jamie and Tim.
No, I'm sure you will. They were just standing there looking.
So this is, it's not a good sign. These are the exams, but
Mackenzie's gonna get a whole bunch of papers today.
I don't know. Are there still a lot of people?
There's nobody.
Oh,
Formal hearings all, yeah.
so
Right now.
Bowditch's, no, but are there people who are waiting to be seen?
No,
Oh,
always empty. Is there any way you can tell if he signed that again?
who?
The corporal?
He was in with, Heather, did you go in with, oh, he's in with Mr. Fufi.
Oh, okay.
This is 230675 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Jeremy Atkins. The case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:52 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Good morning, ma'am.
So we have this formal hearing.
Yes.
The corporal Taylor that's been on Zoom, they're currently training. That's why he's not here in person.
Yes.
I don't know how the court wanted to proceed on that.
When he logged on, I asked, and he indicated that he would appear by Zoom. Ms. Geist, do you have any objection to the officer appearing by Zoom? No, ma'am. We're not at the testimony part of it yet. My question is, do you have any objection to the officer giving his testimony by Zoom? He's not physically in the building because he's at a training event. My question to you is, I'm here. I'm ready to call, as soon as we get done with whatever case Mr. Bowditch is on, I'm ready to call the case and start taking testimony. Do you have any objection to him giving his testimony by Zoom is my question to you. You'd have the opportunity to see and cross-examine him as well. That being the case, Mr. Fufu, you give me one moment. Let me call this one matter and then I'll get Ms. Geis's case called. These are 3S4283622 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Evans.
Ready?
Your appearance, please.
For the record, Jesse Bowditch, appearing on behalf of Mr. DeBrion Evans. Your Honor, today's date time set for frame. Reading, stay mute. Also had a chance to pre-try this, Your Honor. We're adjourning this, Your Honor, for the prosecution to do a little investigation on this matter. So we're going to adjourn the pre-trial down. Hopefully November 15th date that we can sneak in.
State your name for me, sir.
DeBrion Evans.
Mr. Evans, thank you, sir. The court will set your bond in this matter at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That adjourned date will be,
Did you say the 15th, Jeff?
If it's available, yes.
11:15 at 9:30.
11:15 at 9:30 a.m. That will be on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else in this case, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, notice of that date, time, and judge assignment will be sent to you at the address you verified with court staff, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day, sir.
Well, don't we have people waiting for you to see?
No, sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to double check. I said it, but I wanted to glance over. There's no one else here other than Corporal Taylor, who's here for the formal hearing, and court staff.
All right, well, Your Honor, I'm gonna hang out for a couple minutes, but I'm gonna leave the Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch.
Judge, would the court prefer that myself and, I'm sorry, what the defendant?
Ms. Geis.
Ms. Geis and Corporal Taylor step out and be in a room together before we call the case? That way we can-
It's up to you, Ms. Geis. Do you want a moment to speak to the prosecutor before your case is called?
No, I don't need to.
You don't need to? Okay, that being the case. This is 22L556369OI. This is Wayne County Sheriff's versus Geis. Your appearances, please.
One, Your Honor, Remax with on behalf of the people, PA 2800.
State your name for me, please.
Mackenzie Geis.
Thank you, Ms. Geis. Today is the day and time set for the formal hearing in this matter. Corporal Taylor is on the screen. Mr. Fufi, are the people ready to proceed?
Judge, I don't have a ticket in front of me, and I have not had the chance to speak to Corporal Taylor. So if we are going to proceed with a hearing, I would just ask the court to give me a ticket so I can go off the information.
Officer Brooks. No. Oh, you.
Well, this is the ticket, but this is how he gave it to me. It's not even written on it.
I have a copy here. Thank you. Corporal Taylor, I'm just going to adjust the camera so that you can see the prosecutor. Ms. Yafufi, the question was, are you ready to proceed?
The people are ready.
Ms. Geis, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Any opening statement, Ms. Yafufi?
People would waive opening statements.
Any opening statement, Ms. Geis? You don't know what that means? That means probably no. Your first witness, Ms. Yafufi.
People would call Corporal Taylor.
Corporal Taylor. So are you able to hear me?
Phone is acting up. Was that Rima? Can I call me on Nelson?
Heather, did you have the opportunity to go into the breakout room and talk to Corporal Taylor about his
Yeah.
Technology?
And it was perfect when we were in there.
Corporal Taylor, are you able to hear me, sir?
All in someone else's phone.
I think he wants to call in from the phone of the guy standing next to him.
Absolutely.
707. 82. Yes. Close this one out.
Can you
Corporal
speak,
Taylor,
Corporal
are
Taylor?
you able to hear
Sorry.
me now, sir?
Here's Taylor right here.
Hello?
Thank you, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ms. Yafufi, your witness.
Thank you, George. Corporal Taylor, could you please restate your full name for the record?
Corporal Timothy Taylor,
And where are you employed?
Wayne County Sheriff Department,
How long have you been employed by Wayne County Sheriffs?
27 years.
Were you working on December 5th of 2022?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was in the area of Haggerty and Tyler in Van Buren Township as a patrolman.
Okay, and on that date, I'm gonna turn your attention to approximately 4:30 in the afternoon. Did you effectuate a stop on a red Jeep?
Yes, Jeep, yes.
Okay, and what was the reason for the stop?
Speeding. They were doing 56 and a 45.
And after you effectuated the stop, did you make contact with the driver?
Correct.
And do you remember what the driver's name was?
Miss McKenzie. I'm not sure is this Juice or Geis, Guice.
Okay, and if you were to see Miss Geist, would you be able to recognize her?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if we could turn the cameras around, I don't know how we're gonna do this on Zoom, so that the corporal could see if he could identify Miss Geist.
Ms. Geis, are you disputing that you came in contact with law enforcement on that date and time, December 5th at 4:30?
Yes.
You're disputing that you had contact?
No, but that did happen.
That did happen. Inasmuch as she acknowledges that it's her, then we'll,
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so when you made contact with Miss Geist, did you tell her why you were pulling her over?
I wasn't sure if I told her at that time when I pulled her over. I'm sure I always talk to my people I pull over and ask them, are they familiar with the speed limit where they're driving?
Okay, and earlier you indicated that she was going a speed of 56 on a 45. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and how do you know she was going that fast?
I wrote that in my notes, and I got that speed off my Stalker DSR 2X, my radar
Okay,
in my
and
car.
so is there documents that are generated when an officer is taking the speed of a vehicle?
Yes, on my visually and audio.
On your visual and audio, it would show what the speed limit is?
Yes, it will show the speed, and then it would be a sound of a high-pitched beeping noise the faster they go.
Okay, but my question is, are there documents that get generated, or is it just something that's visual and audio?
Just visual and audio.
Judge, I think I would need proof of the visual or the audio. I don't know how else I would admit that. I don't know how else I would admit that. Do you have a copy of that audio or visual
No,
as far as digital goes?
no.
But it's your recollection that she was actually going 56 on a 45?
Correct. I wrote that in my notes. I only wrote her for doing 50 in a 45, but I always write down in my notes the actual speed they were going.
And then you actually gave her a speeding ticket for 40 on a 45, correct?
Doing 50 in a 45.
Stated her speedometer was not working.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Geist, do you have questions for Corporal Taylor? Not your testimony just yet, but questions.
Yes.
I'm gonna have you come up to this podium here in the middle so that he may see who's asking the questions of him. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so.
Did
when
you need your notes? You didn't have to leave your notes.
I mean, no, these aren't, I didn't even, no, I don't need.
Okay.
Those are just like the proof that I do have. So when you did pull me over, you did tell me I was speeding, and I told you that I was going.
Questions, not your testimony.
No, this is part of it.
Okay.
So, yeah, you did tell me I was speeding. When you did pull me over, I showed you a signal on my dashboard that was showing that my throttle body is broken. Did I or did I not do that?
Actually,
A red blinking light.
Actually, I do recall you telling me your speedometer wasn't working. And I told you, well, you need documentation from a mechanic that's stating is not working. And I told you to bring that. I said you could set a court date and bring that to court.
Okay, so on my court day, were you not there?
On your court date?
So I can give you yes.
We're in court now, ma'am. Did you bring that documentation?
No, I'm in court now because you were not at our first court date.
This is the first court date.
Second court. This is my second.
Okay, well, you can talk to the prosecutor about that.
Okay, that's it. That's all.
Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure that he's seen that a red blinking light, so I can have more.
Okay, you can go back to the council table. Any redirect, Ms. Shafufi?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. Corporal Taylor, if you would hang out for just a moment longer. Anything
Yes.
else, Ms. Shafufi?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Geis, do you intend to testify?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your testimony, ma'am.
Okay, so I have proof that after he put me over, which is on the 5th, I went to the shop to get it looked at and everything. This is what it came
Do you
up.
have, hold on, do you have a piece of paper that says that your speedometer was broken on
It wasn't the
December?
It wasn't the barometer, it was a throttle body. The throttle body controls.
Do you have a piece of paper with you today that shows that there was a reason why you could not accurately gauge your speed or read your speed or reach speed on December 5th, 2022?
This is what it's showing. It wasn't the speedometer. It was the throttle body that was broken. The throttle body.
Did you,
controls
wait,
the-
did you understand my question?
I guess I don't.
Do you have a document that shows that there was some inability of your car on December 5th, 2022 to accurately reach a speed, maintain a speed, demonstrate a speed to you that was the posted speed? Do you have,
Meaning.
what is the thing you have? What do you think it says?
This is the Jesco's auto repair. This is what it was broken on the day.
What was it that was broken and what does it do on the car?
The throttle body is broken. The throttle body controls the air to the acceleration. And I can
Which-
show that on.
Which impacts,
Which impacts me to even go faster.
that's what I asked you. Would you show it to Ms. Shafufi, please? The reason why I'm interrupting you is that Corporal Taylor says that he, on the day in question, you did show him the thing on your dashboard and he told you to bring proof to your hearing date. I don't know why Corporal Taylor wasn't there when you were there with Al Hemmon. And this is why I wanted you to talk to the prosecutor beforehand. If you have something that shows that you could not possibly have reached the speed of 50 something in that 45-mile-an-hour zone, the prosecutor would have looked at it and we would not have to do this way, but we'll try it this way. Ms. Shafufi.
Judge, I'm not a mechanic. I don't know
Officer
anybody here
Brooks.
that is. I don't know what that means when the throttle is broken, if and how it affects the speed. So I can't, I think that testimony is unreliable, or we can't count on it because we don't have a person here who could testify to these facts.
I'll let Ms. Geis continue with her testimony. Ma'am, you were starting to identify the piece of paper. Ms. Shafufi, the prosecutors had a chance to look at it, and so has the court. Please proceed.
All right, so the throttle body, it has issue, when the throttle body is broken, the car does not accelerate since there's a lack of power that have basically like an uneven acceleration. So that I cannot accelerate over a certain point. At that point in time, my car could not accelerate over 40 miles per hour, which I had told the officer also. I'm not a mechanic either, but I'm gonna understand this. It's not-
I'm sorry, you dropped off the last part. You say you're not a mechanic either, but
But I mean, Google can tell you what a throttle body is, so. It's like if something is wrong with your car and they say, oh, something is broken, you're gonna go look it up. I didn't know what a throttle body was. I don't know how my car was broken or why it wasn't going to 40 miles per hour, which is why I took it to the shop, which is where I was going anyway on that day. And I told him that too.
anything else? Anything else, Ms. Shafufi? I'm sorry, Ms. Geis, what's the date on that?
12/9/22.
Did you actually have the repair done?
Yes, I have the receipt.
I saw the white thing stapled, but I wasn't paying attention. Mr. Fufi, may I have my citation back, please?
Yes.
Any closing, Mr. Fufi?
Judge, people would ask to find this guy responsible for the speeding, 1 to 5 over. Corporal Taylor did testify to him pulling over Miss Geis in her red Jeep, and he indicated the actual speed that he wrote in the notes section being well over 1 to 5. There's been no testimony here today to show that whether Ms. Geis's statements that her vehicle couldn't go over 40 miles per hour. So I would ask this court to not take that into consideration because it's not reliable information, and would ask that this court would find her responsible.
Thank you. Ms. Geis, anything else? I'm sorry?
I just don't understand.
You don't understand which part?
I just never been in court before.
What it is, Ms. Geis, the court has had the opportunity to hear from both you and Corporal Taylor in this matter. There is a citation presented to the court that indicates that a Wayne County Sheriff's officer found you at Hagerty near Tyler in Van Buren Township on December 5th, 2022, wrote you a citation for speeding 5 over. His citation indicates that you were going 50 and a 45, and his notes on that citation indicates that you were actually driving 56 and a 45, which that citation memorializes the interaction you had with him on that date. That being the case, and although the court understands and accepts that you have now made repairs to the vehicle, you did not present anything to the court that explains what that receipt actually shows. I heard you say Google it, but that's not how it happens. The court is not responsible for Googling it. You are responsible for bringing sufficient evidence. That being the case, the court will find you responsible and will impose a fine of $130. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, ma'am. You're free to go.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, ma'am. Hold on 1 second. Good morning. This is Judge Martin. How may I help you? I'm good. Do you swear or affirm the contents of the affidavit are true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Send it over for me, please. Thank you. I'm sorry.
What kind of evidence would you need me to bring? Like,
A mechanic, some proof that your car could not go over that speed. Because I don't know what a throttle body is, and the court cannot advocate for you. The court cannot Google and figure out what your evidence says. Because I was hoping that on there, the diagnostic would say that this thing does this, or customer presents car won't go over 35 or 40 or whatever it is. Like when my alternator went out, I had something that says this is what the thing is. I am able to read your document, but it doesn't mean anything to me because I'm not a mechanic either. I'm not mechanically inclined for that type of thing. I would need you to present something to the court that explains what it is. If you say just Google it, if you Googled it and presented it to Ms. Shafufi, she might have objected to, but I would at least have been able to read it as evidence that you presented. The court cannot investigate matters. The court reads and reviews what you bring to it.
so if I had that, I would. I didn't know that was the type of evidence you guys had.
If you brought it, Ms. Shafufi still might have objected to you presenting it or the court relying upon it as not being proper, because it could be anything. You need something to verify or support that that was in fact accurate, that what you brought regarding the throttle body was accurate. And so it would be something like that, or a mechanic, somebody who could testify as to what a throttle body does and that they drove your car and it had this issue back on December 5th.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Corporal Taylor. You're free to go.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too. Thank you.
Judge, I'm gonna sign off.
Thank you for your assistance this morning, ma'am. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Was there something else, Mr. Bowditch? Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Twenty-three 628 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Alexis Alexander. This case was scheduled for show cause at 8 AM. It is now 11:18 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23VB02373 SM, State of Michigan versus Montez Bellamy. The case was scheduled for show cause arraignment. Show cause, my apologies, at 8 AM. It's now 11:19 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue 1,010%. These are 23WM01500 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Jason Hudson. These cases are scheduled for show cause at 8 AM. It's now 11:20 AM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in these matters, bench warrant shall issue 1,010%. I'm gonna go sign this search warrant and hopefully Miss Tiepolo is here.
Hello? Um, 130. And is it for something different? No. It's for the meeting? Yes. I'll do it right now. Thanks, bye.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
If I got it today, I can mention.
Sure, no.
And we didn't know that she was playing.
We didn't know either, so that's good cause, so I'll ask for adjournment.
Yeah.
All right, and you wanna talk to the judge?
Yeah, yeah.
The last time we actually looked at the she during the exam, we would have never known who the attorney was gonna be.
Right.
Right,
So
do you
back-
understand the issue?
So little backstory, fill me in on this meeting. So last time we over the exam, he got into an argument with his counsel and he let it go.
And
She
then-
withdrew.
Yeah,
She
very
withdrew. And
the
then
attorney, judge scheduled it
For
for exam,
today.
and I would have wanted to know who the attorney was to get us started.
So we never even knew that this. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and I got some strange, appointment for exams, which is not typically how you get a case.
Yeah.
I submitted my request online for discovery and
Right.
apparently that doesn't work very well.
All right, I can get an adjournment, no problem. I've done this before. But
All right, and then we'll talk about
Sure.
stuff later.
So it'll be
The next
it'll be
one,
Wednesday?
it'll be Wednesday. Up next, not next Wednesday, but the next time she's up.
obviously it's the second week today.
You know what? we'll-
Absolutely.
Oh, but with you?
So, I don't remember this is the case. Okay, beautiful. So I didn't know who the attorney was on the case till today, or yesterday when I was prepping the cases. And Miss Tiapo didn't have discovery because we didn't know, and then she just got it this morning.
Because it was Miss O'Meara,
Yes.
and then you were reassigned, or the case was reassigned.
Right, so, among other things, the, phone number on the appointment slip was not clear, so I had called a couple of different numbers, never heard from my client until.
She's just
like,
like him now.
I guess he said he'd been calling me, but I mean, he didn't leave a message, so that's not very helpful. So anyways, now I have met him, and I obviously can't recommend anything.
So you want a new date?
Yes, please.
Which allows us time for lunch, that's wonderful.
Anything for that, right?
I think we have December, I think we have November 29th. Or December the 6th. Is there still space on November 29th, or am I just making that up?
I have a jury trial at Third Circuit on November 29th.
So December 6th, maybe?
Yeah.
And I see no witnesses here for you.
Oh,
Or they are
There are,
the-
I have actually a few officers in the room and I have one come in. I can let them know that what we're doing.
I'm
here, I
sorry.
believe This is done.
December 6th at Matthew Mark Taylor.
12 o'clock. It works for me.
All right.
We need him to come in. He has some other outstanding matters. I don't. Ms. Tiapo, are you? He has a DWS that he has from April the 23rd. I don't know what the scope of your representation for him is.
I believe it's just
The felonies.
Yeah.
So we'll arraign him on that, but I'll talk to him when he comes in. Thanks. Mr. Glenda, are you ready?
I'm ready, Judge. It's,
Let me call the 11s and then I'll get to the 11:30. I just want to make sure that you're ready with your client.
Right, I believe it may be a dismissal, Judge.
Oh. There might be lunch after all.
First time I've been in your building, it's very impressive.
Is it really?
It's gorgeous. It's, it beats Plymouth, Dearborn Heights, Those are the other relatively new ones.
I don't think it beats Plymouth. I think we're a close second though.
Oh.
It's a big step up from next door.
The two that they still need, Highland Park and Hamtramck.
Do you remember when Highland Park was down that little kind of cul-de-sac, that dead end street right next to the police department, when it was in the beautiful building with the marble?
No, I just remember it being on Woodward.
No, it used to be, I think it was Gerald Street, back when it was Kim Hoagland was the judge then, is Judge Officer Hall, yep. That building was beautiful on the second floor, and then they moved downstairs to a room that had pine on the wall. So, and Hamtramck, did you say Hamtramck? I think they did a good job at renovating the courtroom. The hallway is still,
Right.
I think that's a hard building to update just because of its size. But they did a good job in where the courtroom is. Is Mr. Rich with you?
Yeah, he's in the hall.
Okay. If you're going to be fast, if it is actually a dismissal, I'm happy to call it. I don't know if
Yeah,
Mr.
the
If
prosecutor said he usually waits 15 minutes.
I do, but if they're here saying, no, this is what we're doing, I'll do it
All
earlier.
right, I'll get it.
Thanks. Wait, when did? I do, so we'll just. And you said it December 6th at what time? This is 220839 FY, State of Michigan versus Rich. Your appearances, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Rima Ashbrook on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge Richard Johnson, Mr. Rich. Give your name.
Messiah Rich, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Today is the day and time set for the live exam in this case. It's scheduled at 11:30. It's 11:37. Ms. Yafufi, are the people ready to proceed?
There's the people unable to proceed. The complainant in this case failed to appear.
Move to dismiss, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Yafufi, this course policy is usually 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. Would an additional 8 minutes change your position at all?
No, Your Honor.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. That dismissal is without prejudice. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Judge, I just asked Mr. Rich to have a seat and wait for his paperwork in order.
There's not typically any paperwork. If you want Marianne to update the ROA, she can print it out and give you a copy of that.
No. All right, thank you.
Have a good day. Mr. Rich, if you're going to wait, go back into the audience. There's another case I'm going to call, please, and thank you. Just, yep, thank you. Good afternoon. These are 200094 FY, 200095 FY, 200096 FY, 200097 FY. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski for the People, P84448.
Good morning, Rebecca Tiapo, P62311, on behalf of Mr. Matthew Taylor as to the 4 felony matters. Sir, would you please state your name?
Matthew Taylor.
Thank you. Hands out of your pocket, please, Mr. Taylor. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examinations of this matter, of these matters. The court did have conversation with Ms. Tiapo and the 2 prosecutors, assistant prosecutors this morning, indicating that Ms. Tiapo is assigned to the matter, had not been in contact with Mr. Taylor, had not had the opportunity to review the discovery. That being the case, was that an accurate representation of our conversation, Mr. Kowinski?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
That being the case, Ms. Tiapo, how are we proceeding this afternoon?
Your Honor, I believe the people have agreed to an adjournment. And I believe the court indicated that December the 6th would be available. Is that correct?
December the 6th at 12 p.m.?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Taylor, we are adjourning these matters until December the 6th at 12 p.m.
Could I say something, Judge?
Absolutely, as always.
So, have you seen the date on this? Remember last time we were here, we were talking about how it needed to be resolved. You know, and this case has been going on since 20. I'm ready to. There's no negotiations happening. Like I'm trying to. I keep coming back here, Judge, and they give me an offer last time. They take it, but now we have nothing this time. Like I keep coming here. This has been going on since 2019. Like I need to decide.
Mr. Taylor, I understand your frustration. The oldest case is from October of 2019. The last time that we were here, the court was ready to proceed with the live examination, but there was a breakdown of your relationship with your attorney. And we had conversation about the case either being reassigned or you retaining counsel. You're now here with Ms. Tiapo, who indicates she has not had the opportunity to speak with you, has not had the opportunity to review discovery. If between now and December the 6th, you and Ms. Tiapo have some conversation that includes some conversation with the prosecuting attorney's office, the matter might be resolved and you might not need to come back. Those are all mights because the court only rules on what's actually in front of it. I can't speculate and guess what the parties might do. I hear your frustration. I understand it. COVID slowed down some of it. Your breakdown in relationship with your attorney slowed down some of it. This court's scheduling availability slowed down some of it. All that being said, sir, December the 6th at noon.
Now, just like that, okay, so, you know, because I decided to change my term, I lose my offer. And that's just, the prosecution office obviously taking personal how I was last time. I don't see what we disconnect what my attorney has to do with my, you know, and that's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna state that to the court. It's just like, you know, just because I decided to not, they're upset, I'm thinking, or they're feeling like, why is my offer going? Because I decided to disconnect with my attorney. It's personal stuff, Judge. I'm being honest. It is. It simply is because they don't. Because I act since they seen how it was last time. Now they don't want to do nothing for me. And I know what it is. You know, it's not fair, though, Judge. I'm just gonna say that. We'll be back December 6th, but it's
Mr. Taylor, I would like to believe that the prosecutor's office have enough cases, enough warrants, enough everything on their desk that they take no interest in how your case proceeds one way or the other. The withdrawal of an offer happens.
Is there a reason for it? I mean,
They don't have to have a reason. It happens. It happens in criminal cases. It happens in civil cases. The offer might change from hearing to hearing date. The offer might get better. The offer might get worse. The offer might be withdrawn in its entirety. The court doesn't know why. The court doesn't inquire as to someone's legal strategy. I hear your frustration. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But Mr. Taylor, you have another case with the court and an issue I want to take up with you. The other case, and Ms. Tiapo has indicated to the court that she doesn't represent you on this misdemeanor matter. She only represents you in the felonies. The misdemeanor matter is 23L547797A. It's Wayne County Sheriff versus Matthew Mark Taylor. Mr. Taylor, this is a misdemeanor matter alleging that on April the 20th, 2023, Wayne County Sheriff's found you in the city of Romulus to be driving while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied. So misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. Inasmuch as you are unrepresented in this matter and our MIDC attorney has left for the morning, what the court will do is have you stand mute to these charges. Set your bond at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money. And unless you wish to proceed another way, the court can have this matter back next week with the court-appointed attorney. You can have the opportunity to speak to them and maybe resolve it, or this misdemeanor matter can travel on the same date as the felonies. Court takes no position. You tell me.
So you say I could put this together with this?
Not together, but just on the same date so that you,
That would have been
these are completely unrelated cases.
Yes.
But if you want to come to court next week and have the opportunity to meet with the court-appointed attorney and possibly resolve this driving while license suspended, we can do that, or we can put it over.
Can we put it on the 6th? Can I do them both? Is that possible?
You know, they're completely unrelated cases and they will be at different times of the day.
I would like, I thought this matter was taken care of. So there's a warrant put out for me. Did I not take care of it?
There's not a warrant, sir.
Yeah, you know, this is probably the one I actually never get. Was I scheduled to see on this?
Let's do this easier. Mr.
I wanna settle it.
Taylor,
Guilty.
come back. No,
No, guilty. Man,
No.
I don't have a license. Guilty. It's fine. Put it on my audio round list for my license. Just add it
Mr.
on.
Taylor, come back next Wednesday morning.
I can't keep
Why
doing
not?
this, because I already have ride issues. This is hard to get in here now. My girlfriend took me, but you know, she's got a job. She's doing. I'm guilty. Guilty. Put it in there. Guilty. Add my fines. I pay all fines. Add it to my cost. And it's over. My license is going, man. I haven't judged it. I was 6,000 in this court for my license. I'm sure another 4 we've been adding to it.
Mr. Taylor, it's your absolute right to plead guilty in this case, this misdemeanor matter. Do you want the opportunity to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
It's just a traffic.
It's not just a traffic ticket, it's a criminal matter, sir. It's a misdemeanor.
This is before my, I'm on probation with Wayne County. I'm on felony probation currently with Wayne and Oakland. They're both aware of it. I've already been violated for that one and for these charges that you're speaking of, I've already been violated for. And I already just saw, I went to Frank Murphy last week on one of them, went to Oakland on the other. So I've already dealt with my courts on these specifics. So me pleading guilty won't interfere with my probation, nor will it interfere. If anything, me not doing it is gonna hold me up because I'm having issues, ride issues. Right? So to be honest, unless we can set it out, I guess set it different times on December 6th. How about we do that? Let's do that, whatever's easy to use. 9 a.m.
It's not a question of easier, Mr. Taylor. I just
want to get this handled.
I know, and that's why I said next week. No?
I don't want to make the trip here just for this track. Can we do it on the 6th? Or you say I can do it just different times? I'll stay up here all day on the 6th. I'll do this in the morning, because usually traffic is handled in the morning. We'll continue at 11, 12. Right?
9 o'clock on December 6th.
Thank you.
Anything else in the felony matters on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Taylor. Oh, Mr. Taylor, as for your fines and costs outstanding with the court, do you have payment arrangements in place?
Last time I was here, I gave you 700. You see that? You know what you told me to pay?
I say go speak to the clerks. How you pay what you pay is
Oh,
not
okay,
a thing
okay.
for me, but when you flippantly say to me, you owe the court $6,000. If you have a payment plan, I'll leave you alone about it, but if you don't have anything formal, stop downstairs and put a formal payment plan in place. Have a good day, sir.
I'm sorry, next year, my goal is to take every Wednesday off.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will put a note in your chart. I do. This is it. You took care of Mr. Rich? Okay, I'm gonna hand you. Thanks. Oh, I know. My walk. Yeah.
Right. Court's now in session. Now we'll be smart for that.
You may be seated. These are 230658 FY and 230659 FY. These are State of Michigan versus Evan Holloway and Caleb Haynes. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rima Yakuf on behalf of the people, PA2800.
Good afternoon, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Milkowitz, PA1653 on behalf of Evan Holloway, who stands to my left.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brandon Bird on behalf of Caleb Haynes, PA 3734, he stands to my left.
State your name for me.
Caleb Haynes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, counsel, would you say your name again for me, please?
Brandon Bird.
Thank you.
You can state your name.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in these matters. Are the people ready to proceed?
Judge, at this time, the people aren't able to proceed. I do have officer in charge here, William Bettendorf. He's indicated that he's been in contact with the complainant. He's well aware of today's date and he's failed to appear.
Your Honor, I would move for dismissal without prejudice.
Move for dismissal without prejudice.
Dismissal without prejudice in both of these matters is granted. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pilkowitz, before you leave, Mr. Holloway has some other matters. He has, I'm sorry, Mr. Haynes, you're free to go, and Mr. Berg. The previously posted bond will be refunded, less the administrative fees due to the court. Thank you. Mr. Holloway has 23VB00417 A and B. It's a civil infraction speeding citation from January 29, 2023, and on that same date and time, driving while license expired. Both of these cases are in warrant status. Ms. Pilkowitz, were you aware of these?
I was not, Judge, but I'll stand in for purposes of arraignment. Maybe we can just get a pretrial date.
Absolutely. The court will recall the warrants in these matters Mr. Holloway was arraigned in the misdemeanor portion on August 29, 2023 with this court and appointed MIDC counsel Joshua Kaplan. His bond was set at 1,000 personal. He was scheduled to return to court on September the 7th, 2023. He failed to return. Van Buren. Ms. Pilkowitz, the court is contemplating the setting of the bond, and based on Mr. Holloway's prior failure to appear in this matter, do you have any comment or suggestion as to bond in this matter?
Your Honor, I'm asking for a personal bond in this matter. It's my understanding that Mr. Holloway did not know that he had court on the 7th. What I will say is he was in custody on this case until the 6th. So perhaps there was some confusion with regard to his discharge from the jail and him only being aware of this upcoming court date, not knowing that the traffic matters were entirely separate. Your Honor, I've been in regular communication with my client and with his mother. I don't believe that any failure to appear was intentional by any means. And given that it's a traffic offense, I would ask the court for some leniency and a personal bond.
Thank you. And Ms. Pilkowitz, just so we're clear, I'm the one that arraigned Mr. Holloway back on August 29th. I would have repeated the date to him at least twice with a reminder to appear. That being the case, bond in this matter is reset at 1,000 personal. Mr. Holloway, we will give you the date in just a moment.
November 16th.
November the 16th at 8:50 a.m. That's actually back here. It'll be on Zoom in courtroom number 1 with me again. Anything else, Ms. Pilkowitz?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Holloway, good luck to you, sir. The bond that you posted in the felony matter will be refunded less the administrative fees due to the court. Have a good day, sir. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could I tell you for a copy of the order of dismissal after it's entered?
It's not actually an order. Typically, it's just a copy of the ROA. Is that sufficient for your purposes? Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You too. Thank you, ma'am. So when she pointed and said Bettendorf, it wasn't my imagination, right? Were you paying attention when she said Detective Bettendorf? 3S4249456 AST, State of Michigan versus Dilshad Nassimov. This case was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It's now 12:25 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue. 10%. Two three zero six two nine SM, State of Michigan versus Tamara Perkins. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause. It's now 12:26 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 10%. This is 3S4268802 SM, State of Michigan versus Katera Williams. The case was scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. It's now 12:26 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue. 10%. These are 3S4259413 A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Luis Rodriguez Torres. These matters were scheduled at 9:15 for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing. It is now 12:27 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The B and C files, which are civil infractions, will be deemed in default. The A file misdemeanor will be set for show cause. These are 3S4281128 A and B. State of Michigan versus Maurice Neal. These cases were scheduled for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing at 9:30. It's now 12:29 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file misdemeanor will be set for show cause. The B file civil infraction will be deemed in default. These are 23L562620A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Charles Taylor. The cases are scheduled for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing at 9:45. It's now 12:31 PM by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file misdemeanor matter will be set for show cause. The B and C files, the civil infractions will be deemed in default. I'm sorry, 3S425650 A and B. There are State of Michigan versus Braylon Abreu Peralta. The cases were scheduled for pre-hearing and arraignment pre-trial at 10 a.m. It's now 12:32 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file civil infraction will be deemed in default. The B file misdemeanor matter will be set for show cause. Two, 3L556382 A and B. State of Michigan versus KZ Romeyer, Romeyer. Cases were scheduled for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing at 10 o'clock a.m. It is now 12:33 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file misdemeanor matter will be set for show cause. The B file civil infraction will be deemed in default. 23 RP 04678 ST State of Michigan versus Rafi McAllister. Case was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It's now 12:35 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause.
They were. Ours are touching. And they just started doing it in like 50. Maybe from the heat coming out of the 50. Because all summer they have. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta look at my, I'm gonna order a printer cartridge for my one courtroom too, just in case. Keep it on hand. I'm right behind you.
I never listened to that. I just gotta get into the courtroom. All right. 34th District Court now session, and we'll need some markers.
You may be seated. This is 230223 FY State of Michigan versus Brian Chubb. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Patricia Mandineck for the people, T84088.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas C. Jefferson on behalf of Brian Chubb, who stands to my right. State your name.
Brian Paul Chubb.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, after discussing the matter with my client, advising him of his rights, he is prepared to waive the exam before the understanding it's going to be bound over circuit court for further proceedings. I don't want anything like that.
Thank you. Mr. Chubb, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this case where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
I do understand.
And after having a conversation with Ms. Jefferson, is your intention this afternoon to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes, sure.
And Mr. Chubb, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promising anything to waive that exam? You understand, sir, that once the exam is waived, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over to circuit court for an arraignment on the information. The file just came down for Ms. Jefferson to sign. She's had you sign indicating that you are waiving your right to have this exam. The prosecutor has signed that she has no objection to the waiver. The court will find that your waiver of your exam has been freely and voluntarily given, sir. That being the case, and the court having received the file back with the 3 signatures as indicated, the court will also sign indicating this voluntary waiver. You'll be bound over to circuit court for the arraignment on the information. That hearing date will be November the 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Jefferson, anything else on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Chubb, good luck to you downtown, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Green? How are you, sir? I am wonderful, thank you. This is 230521FY. This is State of Michigan versus Cavante Green. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski for the people, P84448.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas C. Jefferson on behalf of Mr. Covante Green.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Cavante Green here.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Today is the day and time set for your preliminary examination. Are the people ready to proceed?
Already.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. After discussing the matter with my client, advising him of his rights, he is prepared to waive the exam. The full understanding is going to be bound over circuit court for further proceedings on the one complaint.
Thank you. Mr. Green, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss your case with Ms. Jefferson, and you understand you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecutor would have to show that both the crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime. And after having the conversation with Ms. Jefferson, you wish to waive your right to have this exam. And sir, you haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Green, you're executing that waiver freely and voluntarily. The court will find that your waiver of your preliminary examination has been freely and voluntarily given. Ms. Jefferson has signed, you have signed, Mr. Kowinski as the prosecutor will sign that he has no objection to the waiver. Once the file comes back up to me, I will sign it as well. You will be bound over as previously charged. Your next appearance date will be an arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on November the 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. Yes, your finger's up, sir.
I'll be flying back to town on the first. Yes. I'll know. The first is the day that I come back.
I'll find out who the judge is and we'll see if you can zoom in.
Okay. Yes, I can zoom in either.
Okay, I'll find out.
I was gonna say, Ms. Jefferson will take care of it because this court just gets the dates. We don't control putting them out any further. The court does have the file back signed by the attorneys, and Mr. Green has indicated he will be bound over for an appearance date on the arraignment on the information November 1st, 2023. You'll be bound over as charged. Sir, your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing further from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Green, you're free to go. You have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you, Ms. Jefferson.
Have a good day, counsel.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sunshine. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the criminal history. Beautiful sunshiny day. What about you?
I can't complain. Same reason. Beautiful weather.
At 2 o'clock, we'll be here in just a minute, right?
Yep. Yeah, I heard some stuff about this one.
I'll see you at 2.
Yep, looking forward to it. I think. Go on that side. Oh, she's gonna bring, yeah, he's gonna bring her out and you can sit down, we'll see. Is your last exam? Yeah, looks like it's the last exam schedule. Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to go back to the office, at this point, there's not much to do and. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'll take my car to a car wash or something. Right.
All right. Third Court District Court's now in session, the Honorable Lisa Mark Preside.
You may be seated. Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
This is 230387 FY State of Michigan versus Davis Seeley. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski for the people, P84448.
Morning, Your Honor. Curtis Davenport, P82678, on behalf of Ms. Anaya Seeley Davis, who's present to my right.
Thank you. Ma'am, state your name for me, please. Thank you. Today is the date and today is the day and time scheduled for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the people are not ready to proceed. We have not been, the officer in charge has attempted to make contact numerous times with the complaining witness. The complaining witness was emailed a subpoena earlier. I'm not sure what day. She did indicate she would be here. She did have the subpoena, but today we've been trying to reach her and she's not making any contact. It seems like her phone is even shut off and we are not sure. We have no explanation for her absence today.
Mr. Davenport,
Your Honor, we move for dismissal.
this case having been scheduled at 2 o'clock, it being 2:26 by the court's clock, prosecution having asserted that their complainant has failed to appear, defense motion to dismiss is granted. The dismissal is without prejudice. The previously posted bond will be refunded less any fees due to the court. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have a wonderful day, okay?
Just for my client's understanding, how do we get the tether removed?
Thank you, sir. I'll make a notation of that. And it's printed on the ROA, and that's usually sufficient for the removal. So if you can have her sit in the gallery momentarily while the paperwork's processed.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And that concludes this court's docket for the day. We stand adjourned.